Chewy, it's easy to get the brands they crave.
Hello. Helps if I remember to put my mic in on occasion. Welcome, everyone. I was saying, sorry for the wonky scheduling, but minions are out of school. So, we do what we must to keep them entertained. I have a ton of these little handles. I guess they get a bucket now. how has everybody been since I last engaged with you? We will be working on more of the galaxy today. Welcome in, Trell. I need to remember to add yours too. I think I had it in there before, but then when I switched to Firebot, I forgot to add it back in. But hopefully, now that I have it written down, I will remember. As long as I remember to check the notepad that I wrote things down on. We're doing. Today, or this week, has been busy, the first half of the week anyway, which is part of why I didn't stream on Tuesday. And then I was like, well, I knew I had the kids' water events early this week. And I was like, I'll just stream later in the day. And that didn't happen. Because by the time I got home and got everything situated, I was like, nope, I'm too tired. So, my plan is to stream today. And then because Crazy's out of town with work, to stream when he normally streams tomorrow. To make up for Tuesday. Attempting to sort some more, but every time I think I've remembered what all I have sorted out, I then sort some and realize I don't remember. But that is alright. A work in progress. Yes. Today's the second to last Milky Way, and tomorrow will be the last part. Maybe between today and tomorrow, I will remember to measure for it. Yeah, unlikely to happen. But it might. Oh! Raid! Welcome in, everyone! Welcome in Carrot and Carrot, Crafting with Kara Davies and Jude Otter and Rabbit. Firebot, or not Firebot, Frosty. Too many F's. Will attempt to catch up. Thank you for the follow, Jude. have a friend whose son is named Jude. And while she was pregnant with him, I made her like a patchwork quilty type blanket. And it had like little guitars on it, and then like music notes of a different square. And I call him Judy Pie. He's older now, but he still thinks it's funny. Break apart. Maybe I can use something. Nope. Too thin. Okay, I will put on the sorting hat when I am done with this part in just a minute. It's floppy and it's too hard to sort the Legos with it on. It just keeps falling in my face. I only do this for a couple minutes at the beginning of each stream in an attempt to sort the Legos. I have a fear it will never actually be done, but one day, maybe. Probably not, but most of these are like my kids' Legos from when they were small. You know, they build it and exactly one day later, it got taken apart. Kira, go to sleep. Or Kara, not Kira. Thank you. Yes, woman, get some sleep. But yeah, the hope is that one day, eventually, these will be sorted. And if they want to then go back and build things that they took apart, they will be able to find the pieces easier. And then, if I want to do mocks and stuff, it'll also be easier. Because, you know, I'll have, you know, the generalized piece. And then just have to, you know, look for the color. But that is hope, plan, wish. Once I've sorted the bin down enough, I go back and I add like another handful or two, and then... So it's like, it seems like this bucket never gets empty, and that's because it kind of doesn't get empty, but it does get sorted. About 15 minutes of sorting, and then, you know, of course, sorting it into the drawer it goes into. Or trying to remember the drawer it goes into. Most of the pieces left in this one are smaller pieces because I had sorted out most of the bigger ones already. And this is just one of those 10-drawer craft things. I know all the otters. Okay, we did have one for this. Good. Oh, well. Apparently, I doubled up. I didn't. That bucket went back further, and I didn't realize that I had some in it already. Alright, we'll put those in there. I think I didn't have a bucket for those. And I've tried to move stuff around so that it's not just a big pile of these getting pushed way back, and then it's hard to see. Actually, let's do this way. Again, so it's not just pushed way back. It's been an ongoing process. It's kind of getting done, but not really at the same time. I do a little bit at a time. And slowly, maybe one day, it'll actually get done. Carrot, these are the cookies I was talking about. Nutella biscuits. Okay, we can get Stream Raiders going. Oh, well, when I opened it, it didn't need to be updated, but now it does. Go figure. I even opened it before stream to double check and make sure that it wouldn't need this. And of course it does. Yes, they are so good. This will be my eat sweets for today. It's like a little biscuit and then the Nutella and then like a top you press in. Yeah, I know. I was like, dang it. I was trying to be prepared, you know, on top of things. But apparently it didn't want me to be on top of things. Well, at least it updated pretty fast. So let's try this again. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it switched to like a new drops. I didn't look at the drops before I started, if they were the same or different. Okay, let's see what it... Set battle plans, 2 rogues. Rogues and barbarians, it looks like. We'll go up to the top, just in case. Yeah, sometimes it's like halfway through the day they start, and sometimes they're like straight from the get-go. It's new. Like I said, I didn't look. But I can do that fairly quickly. Let's see. They end today at 12:59 p.m. Central, so probably soon here they end. They usually end and then go right into another one, though. But who knows? I have not been paying attention to them this week, so. But apparently there are currently Palia drops today, too. I know there's the website or something you can check. Anyway, now we know. Let me grab the first bag and move these out of the way and bring the giantness down. So, you can't really see it in the other one, but this is where we're at. I thought that felt a little loose. And a brush. And that's why I had it up there, so it would be stable. Oh. And not do that. Okay. Part of it is that it truly isn't that stable. There's that part. Come on. There we go. Okay. I need to try to enlarge the picture. Okay, this hairbrush goes somewhere, and so does this goes. Nope, not there. Here. I think the hairbrush goes over here. Like right there, so. Yep, right there. Oh, okay. Because I haven't had dungeons in quite a bit. Like, we did them that one Sunday, and then I haven't had them again. Like, I went to do more the following Sunday, and no dungeons. Okay, well, as I was trying to show you guys before it decided to come apart, this is what we had done so far. So we'll do this panel today and then the last panel tomorrow. Yes, Noodle finally fits in her emotional support harness. Our previous cat we bought a harness because he didn't like things going over his head per se. So this one clipped like with the little clippy belts like around his legs instead of putting it over his head. But it was way too big for Noodle because she was itty bitty when we got her. Yeah, it's this little harness thing, so it clips over them instead of having to go over their head. But it says, "My mommy says I'm special," and then emotional support. So, this is where we're at today. We will carefully move this. It's like I said, it's not actually a ton stable. And it could be just because it's huge. Cleaning up sick like vomit, because I don't do that. I am a sympathetic vomiter. Like if somebody gags too close, like too well next to me, I upchuck. My husband cleans that up. I don't. I don't do that. And when I joke and say that Boy Wonder is like me, like me in mini form, it's him. He can't do it either. Somebody gags a little bit too much near him, and he's like, "And I'm done." And there's a bigger mess. Oh yeah, no, there definitely would have been a bigger mess. We both would have been covered in it because I would have just kept going. I can't do it. Okay, I'll put the web browsing so that everybody can see the little thingy. It says, "Looking for a life in all the right places." How extraordinary is life on Earth? Naturally, our current options for exploring the far-flung corners of every galaxy in the universe are limited. So should we still expect to find intelligent, sentient life out there? Sample analysis from recent Mars missions have shown that our red neighbor planet may once have sustained at least microbial life. As space exploration evolves over the next decades, centuries, and millennia, who knows what we and other descendants will live to discover. Yeah, that's all this one does. The other book so far has had like 2 or 3 pages of stuff. But this one apparently just has the one. And ads are going to start in about 30 seconds. Oops, apparently this fell off too. Let's see. Make that 2. I think it's... This is right here. And then this one with the flower. A wild Zubat is loose in chat. I think that one there, but I'm not positive. Ah, close. Okay, there we go. So this is all the pieces that are in this bag. Oh, the light got turned on. So not very many. But that's been kind of consistent with this set. There are less pieces in each bag. And there haven't been like 2 little bags in each one and then another buddy bag. It's just been one tiny and one regular. So Kitty goes in tomorrow to have her splint checked again. This week, they changed it last Friday. And the first one lasted like 2 weeks. But this one wound up having to be changed like midweek. Fixed midweek. It slid down from its original position, and then we took her in and they kind of shimmied it up and then made it work till today, because it really only needed to make it through like 2 days. So tomorrow she'll go in and get it looked at again. But that's like first thing in the morning. Listen, stop carrying around empty feed buckets and the goats won't pee on you. I forgot to pin my thing to the top. There it is. Pin. So how goes your day so far, Crazy? Lots of people? Flip. Yep. See the green dots, red. How has everybody's week been so far? I assume by now most people, if they have tiny peoples in their house, are out of school. I know not Joe, but you're a different timetable. We did water park Monday. Well, not like, it is a water park, but not. It's not like a big amusement park. It's just like, I guess they call it like a aquatic center. So they did 2 different ones, one Monday, one Tuesday. Then yesterday was the run around grocery shopping day. And then, here today and tomorrow. But Saturday, one of Fantasy's friends, so they went to school together in Nebraska and then again in North Dakota, which is pretty funny. And now they've moved here. So we ran into the girl's mom while we were shopping yesterday at the commissary. So I said, we'll get together. So Saturday we're going to try to go to the pool on base with her. brain just farted. It like totally blinked. Okay. So yesterday, while I was shopping, I got the Lego Polaroid camera set. I was a little disappointed. I went to Target yesterday, and they didn't have any of the Harry Potter Lego sets that came out on June 1st. I was looking for the Mandrake one. Which reminds me, I have to download that receipt and submit it to Lego for my points. If you didn't know that, if you buy Legos from Target, you can submit your receipt online and still get points. You don't get as many as if you ordered from the Lego website, but you do get some. And some is better than none. Right? You might as well get something for your money, you know. Of those. 6 and 7 of these. Oh, I forgot the sorting hat. Okay, there's the sorting hat. Sorry about forgetting that, Otter. I got distracted when the set came apart. I was perusing Amazon last night, and they had quite a few retired sets at not a horrible price. I'm still contemplating some of them. So my next project in the applique. Hey, Rad Builds. The next thing in the crochet book I'm gonna attempt is chips and guac. I'm not gonna put a face on these though, because honestly, the cat's just gonna play with them, and the cat doesn't care if they have eyes or not. But it has some new stitches that I haven't done before, so we are gonna attempt that. Chips and guac. How have you been doing, Rad Builds? Any fun stuff happening lately? The kids went to 2 different water amusement park type thing. Well, not amusement park, but like aquatic centers local to us this week, Monday and Tuesday, and then yesterday was, crazy shopping day. But the number 7 race car that's sponsored by Hellman's Mayo was at the commissary, or at least a version of the car, I should say, not the car. But they had this thing you could sit in the driver's seat and race it like there were computer screens inside, and it was like you were driving it on the track, And they had all kind of goodies they were giving away. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Fantasy took a picture and sent it to Crazy. And then the guy was like, do you want to get it and drive it? And she didn't understand what he meant at first. She just kind of looked at him like, there's no way you're going to let me drive this. And then when we walked by it, you could see that the screen's inside. And I was like, you want to go back and do it? She was like, no. But it was pretty cool. They had it set up there in front of the commissary. I haven't got to take the kids to partake in their free bowling yet, but this week was pretty busy. So next week we'll probably do at least a couple games. Go a couple days. But Fantasy has finished her summer reading. I got all the prizes for it for the base library, and she's pretty far into the local library one. Yeah, it's just been pretty busy this week. And then the last week of the month, we're going camping. So we won't go then either, but hopefully we'll get to go at least a couple times next week. Bennett? Oh, no. Never mind. It already escaped. We're going. I got the ham cut up this morning. Okay, so I like to save money any way possible. So whenever there's like a holiday where like hams would be on sale, I buy a giant ham and stick it in the deep freeze. And then when we need lunch meat, I just thaw it out and cut it up, and then ta-da! So that's what I did. I took it out the other day, and it was thawed enough this morning. So I got that all cut up and situated. And besides, the kids like that type of ham as lunch meat more than like lunch meat from the deli. You know what I mean? So I just started. I think we did it once before, and then I didn't do it again. And then I started buying these like half hams at Sam's Club, and they were thick cut like that, and they were cheaper than lunch meat ham. And then at Easter, Target had the hams on sale, like the week of Easter, and so I was like, just buy one and we'll cut it up. I mean, because technically those are already cooked. You're just reheating them. I don't even bother doing that when I cut them up for lunch meat. I just thaw them and then cut them up. I didn't need to. I knew that was going to happen soon. Let's see. There we go. And here we go. The killing fields on those, because those things don't move. I don't think. I think they stay. I could be wrong, but I don't think they. Oh, maybe they do move. Woohoo! Be gone! Amaze Spidey and Radgate. He's apparently thinking. Loyalty gold chest. We'll do that. There it is. Enemies will be revealed over time. Planning for anybody who needs them. So my coworker and I are still full from that chicken smorgasbord last night. He's so far today, and we're not even hungry. Like, you're so stuffed with chicken. You guys are crazy with your chicken. I think Boy Wonder's either gonna make tacos or chicken fried rice. One of the two. He came and asked how much hamburger meat to take out, and then I told him I have to split the logo meat in the fridge. And then he said maybe he would do the chicken fried rice instead. I said didn't really matter either way. That log of meat is gonna need to be sorted. I buy like the 10-pound logs of meat and then split it into like 1 and 2 pound things. It's cheaper. Chicken, mashed taters and gravy, green beans, corn, coleslaw, and bread. That is a lot of food. It's a really long name, Rad. It's okay. It's like the Order of the International Brotherhood of Chicken. Short for obese is the acronym. Yeah, obese. I don't know. Can you be the Order and the Brotherhood? Okay. I have one more block step. Monte May in chicken is going to be our pilgrimage. Okay, that's right. I needed to get the next bag out, didn't I? Yes. Come here, box. Back to helping people. Okay.
We have always lurked among you.
Have fun. That's the brick tax. Okay, I'll switch out because it's probably been 15 minutes. My hair is probably super frizzy now. That's okay. That's the step I did. More binoculars! Where is Kitty? Probably laying. She was sitting in on the kid's nugget couch, watching Boy Wonder play video games. She was very attentive to the screen. But Fantasy just brought her by. She had her emotional support vest on. Ah, she's giving her no cone time. She has her cone free so she can have a little time to clean herself and things like that. We try to give her a couple times a day time with no cone on. It really depends on how cooperative she is. Like, sometimes she immediately goes to try to like nibble the splint bandage thing, so then she doesn't get to keep it off very long. But other times she doesn't care about it and she gets to leave it off for longer. With it being that it slid down a little bit this time, and they just they tried to slide it up as best they could without having, because they have to sedate her every time they change it. She's not very cooperative, probably because it still hurts. It's tender. It's healing. So they did their best to not have to sedate her again. Kind of get it enough to last till Friday. So, and then they'll probably sedate her and like change it. So it's a little bit longer than it has been in the past. And so walking's a little more difficult this time because, the end of the splint is a little bit longer. And so she's been not as active, but definitely not so much so that like she isn't moving or anything like that. When she really wants to, she can still take off. And she still gets on the back of the couch to look out the window all by herself, so. Yeah, she still gets up her cat tree. She was a biscuit making machine last night. New drops just started. Yep, that seems about right. I saw your eat sugar, Devin. Just give me 1 second. I'm not sure if this is the last bit of the bag or if there's another step. It's a frog! Yep, that was the last step. Move these into my little spare bucket for a moment. I found these cookies yesterday at the store. Nutella cookies. So this is like something they put on afterwards, but like it's the cookie and then Nutella and then a little cookie on top. It kind of does. I love Nutella though. It is like my favorite thing. I don't know if I'll have the new drops, Spidey, because usually the first day or two, only certain people have the drops. You know what I mean? Like select captains. So, I'm not sure. We'll just kind of have to wait and see. I know that's not a very good answer, but they don't notify us that, hey, you got chosen. So, there really isn't anything else. You can check by refreshing your drops page, but I sent pic in show off of just, okay, I will look in just 1 second. Let me open these bags. Another one of these. Okay. Yeah, like I said, there just isn't a way for me to really know. Ooh, nice. I've seen several different videos about like different ways people have hung them on the wall. Like one guy takes like a big board, you know, like the big plates, and you know, clips them on and hangs that on the wall. And another guy does like something similar but with smaller plates. Did you do something like that, or is it just kind of like screws and a nail? Screws or nails, whatever you want to. Just a nail and hammer. Okay. I'm always interested in how people. Do you feel like it's gonna be pretty stable? That they're not gonna fall? That's always my thing. If I hang it on the wall, I'm always afraid it's gonna fall. Which is probably why I have to date still not hung up my Starry Night one, because I'm still afraid it's gonna fall. Like, even though they already have, you know, there's pieces in the set that are meant to help hold it up. I'm not, 100% confident. Okay. Scroll down just a smidgen too far. No. Well, this isn't how I thought the night was gonna go. My guess is more potential sick. Yes. Got images of the Transformer Bumblebee for I heard about it, but I have not seen it. They did have the Simba set at Target yesterday, like the bigger one. I know they made two different ones, like a smaller one and then a bigger one. But I probably won't get that because I am not a huge Lion King fan. So I probably won't get those. I have some Disney sets, but only ones I don't have the Ariel clamshell or things like that. Mainly because I'm not that big on it. The cat is after the bag of potatoes. She too is a girl who likes things to start with P and end with S. Potatoes. I'm only collecting Technic and Mosaic art sets to build mock with. Yeah, I have a bit of just about everything. I don't do Star Wars at all, but I have a bit of Disney, a little bit of Marvel, almost all the Harry Potters. And then I have Christmas ones and buildings and the bigger cars, not the Speed Champions. This is another panel that has bigger pieces to it. The potential of more sick, yeah, he's also been sick once, a few times in a row, because now I don't think there's anything left in it. Ugh, that's the worst, when you have to keep heaving, but there's nothing happening. I got 5 more cars to hang. Crazy we got these, they're not very long, but there were 6 or 8 of them in a box. We got those from Amazon, and he used them to display the speed cars because they're like the perfect depth for the speed cars. There were one or two that were a little long, but for the most part, they fit just right on there. And because they have like an L bracket that goes underneath, so he just bent the bracket up a little bit. So the shelf isn't perfectly level. It's just a hair tip to the back. So that way, when the cars won't try to like roll off the front. He used to have this glass case thing from IKEA, but it did not survive the move to North Dakota. And there wasn't really an IKEA close to replace it. But there is one not far from where we live now, like not too terribly far. So we may get another one now to replace it and put stuff in it. I only have one more Funhole set. It's the cabin. I mean, I've looked at others that I want to get, but I currently only have one more in stock, like in my backlog. I have, it's a cabin that goes with, it fits kind of perfectly with the Outlook Tower thing I bought. Give me a second. It's kind of heavy to pick up with one hand, mainly because I have tiny hands. And it's not like big enough to grab it really. Eventually I will figure out how these cameras. It is number FH9004. It's the Lakeside Lodge. But the water at the edge of this matches up perfectly with the water at the edge of the Lookout Tower set, so that they look like they're one big set. And I thought about starting this one after I finish this, but I might do like a small set in between, or a grouping of small sets, you know, just so the next one I don't go from like one giant build to one giant build, you know, kind of break it up a little bit. And I have like 2 small Harry Potter sets, and then one with a set that's got like 4 or 5 brickheads in it. It's Harry Potter, but it's I think it was in the March release, whatever. Yeah, March. So I might do that first to kind of break it up. Yes, they have really nice trains. I want the steampunk train. And like I said, they almost always have some kind of coupon or sale on them on Amazon. So it looks like in August they're going to release a farm. So now that I'm looking at it, I want this. Look at this. I love steampunk stuff. So it's a steampunk train station, and there's a steampunk train, and then there's an airship. Yeah. When I got it, it was on sale. So I think this is the one I have. It says it's a retro cabin, but I don't know if they have more than one retro cabin. So this is the one I have. And the edges fit right up. Like, see how the water is here? It fits up right here. Let's see. I think it was in Lookout they showed it in the one picture. Yeah. See how the water matches up? Like, it looks like it continues. That's why I kind of bought those together with the intention of building them together. I know it's been forever since I've seen your face, but not since I talked to you. That's partly me, though. I've been all over this week. Vortex. Okay. It's gonna be exciting. It's one whole piece. That's it. That was the whole brick text. Now it's got a lip on it. Yeah, I've been all over. It's like the first real week the kids are out of school. I mean, technically they were out of school last week, but we had gone camping and it was the holiday and, you know, it was a mess. I guess it's really the third week. I can't keep up anymore. Listen, every day is the same. I don't know anymore. Yeah, I think I'll do something small in between this set and the next one. So it isn't like big set, you know, kind of a deal. But frankly, I have a lot of bigger sets compared to smaller sets, so that is also a challenge. But I don't have any like huge like 5,000 piece sets. So, I mean, besides this one. And this one really wasn't that many pieces. There was only 3,091 pieces. Yes, time for summertime activities. Our camping trip at the end of the month, my sister-in-law, I guess, just told my mother-in-law that they're not going to be able to make it at all. So it'll just be us and our mother-in-law. She has her own camper, so it's not like we're all cramming into one. But it will just be the 5 of us. I don't know if they'll come up for a day or so on the weekend or what. And I'm not sure if my faux sister-in-law is coming up at all either. I haven't asked. You already planning your next trip to Disney? It's been a minute, so I bet you're jonesing. Marvelous Tay, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Technically already planned. I imagine they're pretty much planned as soon as you go. Welcome in, raiders. We are working on the Milky Way galaxy. We're going to California this month. Ooh, are you going to go to Disneyland then instead of Disney World? Welcome in, Marvelous Tay. And your raiders, thank you for bringing your people to me. I never know what to say in these intro things. I am book loving. We obviously do Lego and Stream Raiders. And I do Diamond Dot and a little bit of whatever strikes my fancy. I also play video games on Sundays. Yes, and I love books. Not necessarily the same kind of books that Steel likes, but I like the books. Look at you, Spidey. You taking out everybody all by yourself. Sadly, I can't stay. I'm right to work, but I wanted to have my people chill next time. Thank you, and never worry about raiding and running. You do what you gotta do. I know sometimes the stream goes a little bit longer, and then you're rushed off to the next. I have done it myself. I know so was I. I was like, ooh, he's all by himself. Thank you for bringing your people so much. We are chaos sometimes, but a little bit of different chaos. I don't really have like jump scare things, and I'm too stubborn to allow the viewers to make me do things I don't want to do. So there's no unbuild, there's no eat spicy things, there's none of that here. Have a great time. Yeah, hopefully work is easy today, Tay, and thank you so much. Oh, dang it, that did not go the way I wanted to. Ooh, get that though. But then I don't have enough to buy the upgrade. That's alright. Nerd joke, okay. I have some meetings from now and I'll be back later. Okay. Hopefully, you know, your meetings are quick and that they shouldn't have been a memo. I hate meetings that should have been a memo. Yeah, or worse, that they could have been an email. Okay, where's my barbarian? Oh, there he is. I don't think I finished any quests, but... You too, Devin! And I saw the redeemed, and I will do them in just a second. I just wanted to double check before I forgot. Okay, it was Nerd Joke and Coaster. I don't have my Nerd Jokes up. Give me 1 second. More nerds. One night, a man and a woman walked into a bar. They left. Who remains? The night. I know, that was kind of cheesy. They're all kind of cheesy, but... Okay, we finished the one we were working on last time. So we need a news one. These all go together. Sure I'm holding it right. Looks like there's no number 1, but there is a number 2. Have I? Yeah, I try to tailor it to the person who redeems it. And she's a book person too, so, but there are only a few of each, and I tell them so like far in between each one. Sometimes I forget if I've told them. I remember the cat one I had told, so I didn't do that one. I need to find some more. I found just like one website and pinned it, but I need to find some more of them. Yes, but that one you told me, Fantasy. Boy Wonder got his report card, like his final report card. Oh, ads are starting in about 15 seconds. Oh no, Alex, that's no Gouda. I hate feeling nauseous or being nauseous. Ugh. Welcome in, Beer Bear. Hopefully your day and this week has been going well. That's good. I want to say there were some Legos on sale at Target this week. Like because of Father's Day coming up, I want to say they were mostly Marvel and Star Wars. But, you know, it might have been last week and my brain is just confused. But there were some on sale there yesterday, I want to say. Not the ones I was looking at, of course, but... Okay. So the two in there, no two there. There's two in here. Oh, Kitty must have found a bug in the window. She's banging all around it. be back from ads soon. Welcome back. Oh no, it's just saying it's raining. In the Pokey game. Yeah, so I will need to decide what to do, like, really next week in that space in between, because I don't want to have, like, an unfinished Lego while we go camping for a week. So I won't start anything terribly big. But we'll see. I seem to have stopped getting ads again. I didn't get any in Carrot Shoot either. Well, that's never something to complain about. I love when I don't get ads. You gotta love when Twitch is being twitchy, but in your favor. Instead of, giving you continual ads. Like, the ads never stopping. Because that has happened too, where I've had to, like, refresh multiple times so that, it's like the ad is stuck. And I did find some ones. I just overlooked them. I guess my brain cell is 7. The 7s and the 1s on here do look a lot alike, though. Which is, not my favorite, to be honest, but... But also, not anything I can do about it, so... Just roll with it. Yeah. No, I didn't mean you were complaining. I'm just saying, like, you gotta love when Twitch is twitchy in your favor. Like, it is definitely a bonus. Come on, bead. I don't know what to call these. Beach, gems, dots. I don't know. I kind of go back and forth between what I call them. Well, I was perusing the Lego site, and I got on there to take the camera off my wish list. Keeps me helps me keep track. I know I go through, like, their sale, whatever tab. The Hulkbuster, or whatever she's called, is on sale for, like, $150 off. It's still $350, so don't get me wrong, it's still expensive. but that's quite a chunk of change off. So if you have that on your wish list or your, want list, I need to Google if the sets that are retiring this year have been released yet. So I can see which ones, like, I'm gonna need to actively try to get, before they retire. I think it's still $350, but I think it was almost $500 originally. I'll look it up real quick. Let me switch my screen so you can see. I think it's on offers and sale. Yeah, like I said, it's still expensive, don't get me wrong. But if you wanted it, like if it was on your to-get list, you're probably not going to find it. Oh no, sorry. It was $550 originally. It's $385 now. But like I said, it's like $165 off. So while it is still crazy expensive, it's cheaper than it was. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I know some of them are crazy expensive. I have a few sitting on my shelf that are crazy expensive. It is a car payment. Ooh, that's good. Does it seem like, I guess, like, the same problem continuing? It wasn't like periods where you didn't have it at all. Here's to hoping that just the new router fixes it, and it's not something else that they then have to, like, figure out. I know Crazy hates calling in for, like, tech support, because always that, like, first layer of tech support, like, did you turn it on? Did you turn it off? Did you restart it? Did you da-da-da-da-da? Is all things he knows to do to begin with, because he is tech, And so it's always interesting getting, like, past that. Because I understand that they have to do, like, they have a protocol that they have to do before you get elevated to the next layer of tech support. So I'm not angry, it's more like frustration. You're like, dude, I did all these things, and I know you have to ask me about them, but still. I haven't managed to get it set up yet. I was going to do it once I'd gotten Joe to bed, but that's definitely not happening tonight now. I feel you. Okay. Just a couple more, and then to make it for the time I stop to look. But yeah. Hopefully it's as simple as setting it up and that poof fixes it, and that you don't have to call back and do, the whole fallen off my little pen here. I know when we moved in here, there was really like only one internet company in the area. And then uh, another one popped up with better internet. So we switched to that one. And while we were trying to cancel the first one, they're like, but just try us out. Just keep us a little bit longer. We're getting da 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 da. And we're like, dude, that's not better than what we just got from this other company. Which again, I know it's their job to try to get you to stay on by offering you free things or discounted service. But sometimes you're like, dude, please just let me cancel. Just please. Okay, so one. Which I gotta straighten out. That's right. It looks straight to me anyway. Speaking of canceling services, I need to call the Orkin Men. We found a local company that we liked better, so I need to call the Orkin Men and say no thank you. Both me and the guy I spoke to are pretty damn certain the issue is the router, so I think I'll be sorted. The router kept turning itself off, and after it stopped completely, turning off the speed would suddenly go to near zero. Yeah, that sounds like it's probably the router. Like, it's not communicating the way it should be, like something inside isn't working the way it should be. And that happens. Sometimes there's a fault in it, so it stops working after a while, or sometimes it doesn't work at all. You know, there's bound to be one every couple that doesn't work. Is faulty, however you wanna say it. You know, because that's just a fact. When things are made in mass. So we're members of the Memphis Zoo, and when they sent out their last little newsletter email-y thing, they have a splash pad. At the zoo. So you can let your kids look at all the animals, then cool off, and then go back to wandering around the zoo while they dry off, and then you can head home. Or go straight to the splash pad and then walk around, you know. I started to say it earlier. Boy Wonder's like final report card came in the mail, which I mean we already knew what his grades were. You can look them up online whenever. But it had like a little note on the bottom from his teacher, like "Good job, we're proud of you, da 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 da. Thanks for all your hard work." And then it had like 5 little stickers in it, like the kind you can put on your water bottle and they don't come off in the dishwasher. Was kind of nice. And his little certificate for being in the 100% club came in the mail the other day as well. But back to school shopping this year will be much cheaper, as I really only need to buy school supplies for one of them. Purple carrot. And I've been trucking along playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. I have Jack Skellington in my town now, along with Minnie and Daisy. Scar, the fairy godmother, Olaf. Okay, still sitting correctly. There was another water thing scheduled for yesterday, but I really needed to go. Yeah. I've become semi-obsessed with it. Probably because I'm reward driven. You know, do a quest, get a reward. Do a quest, get a reward. I like having, like, basically the game tell you what to do. Like, where to go next and things like that. And even if you don't have, like, a quest that you can actually finish because the area is not completely open or whatever, you have those little, like, do this to earn Stardust or whatever it's called, you know, so it works for me. The water thing yesterday, I really need to go grocery shopping, and it was a splash pad that was free, so it's not like if we didn't go, they could possibly, like, miss out on the group discount, so I wasn't that worried about it. And it's not far from our house. We could just go there, like, another day. Yeah, now I have all the spots opened up, but I'm still stuck with, like, how, like, on the bridges, they'll have, like, the tree trunks or, like, the big stuff that your, like, normal axe or whatever can't cut through. So I'm still working towards, like, getting each area actually fully opened. Oh, stream windows. Reload. It says armored units take less damage from ranged units. 'Tis but a scratch. Let's just guess. Put it out there. We got more people this time. There's 42 of them, and or 42 of us, 28 of them. Oh, word today. Spidey is crazy. All his kills and assists. He totally saved our bacon last time. Boop boop! Be fine! Okay, Spidey, is there a prize you prefer? There's Centurion Scrolls, Musketeer Scrolls, or Gold. If there's one you prefer more than the other. Oh! Listen, that's apparently how today is going. Today is not going. Okay, that means if somebody wants to redeem, there's Musketeer Scrolls and Gold. If not, I'll just pick people. Yeah, it's like, that's how today's going. It's there, but not really. Would you rather have the gold, Spidey? Because you didn't have to redeem it, Spidey, because you got the stuffy stuff, so I just gave it to you. But if you'd prefer to have coins, I'll give the other one to Beer Bear, and I'll refund your coins. I forget how to do it while streaming. Like how to refund the coins while you're actively streaming. I always have to wait until it's done and then I do it. Oh, I already gave you the money now. It doesn't matter to me. You get whatever you want. There we go. Ooh, we have dungeons now. Fight the battle! Or the boss. Fight the battle. Whatever. I think barbarians will probably still be on cooldown, so I'll do... Well, it's a boss battle. Let's do... I'll do my necromancer because it's a boss battle. Woohoo! Congratulations. I'm glad. Like I said, if it's a new, like brand new, just started, there's just no way for me to know unless somebody tells me. But thank you for letting me know, Spidey. I'm glad they're working for you guys. Spidey, do you stream too, or just of your? It's just if you're a streamer, I want to make sure I give you a shout out. I'm horrible at remembering that. I know I see you in Lazy stream, but I don't think I've ever asked. No streamer, okay. I appreciate you always stopping in and playing and participating. And I just want to make sure that if you also stream, that I make sure I send people your way. Or coffee cup, coffee pot. No problem. Like I said, I don't always think about asking. Especially if I see like somebody in somebody else's stream, I'll just be like, hey, I know that person. And then I don't think about asking. You know, if it's not brought up in the other stream, I don't always think about asking. And then I feel bad. Must remember. It is definitely like, I didn't even kind of intend to start streaming. My husband was just like, you already built the Legos, just stream it. And I was like, nobody's gonna want to watch me. People have better things to do with their time. And here we are. I was like, fine, I'll do it. And then he got people, because he had streamed for a while, then stopped, and now he streams again, but only like once a week because work. and like it was like people he knew from streaming. He was like, my wife's streaming, watch her. And I was like, this is it. This is gonna be my whole streaming platform. It's like my husband's friends pity watching me. They probably have me on mute and are doing other things. And then I met Carrot and Steel and everybody. And now here we are. people have nothing better to do than watch you Lego and Stream Raiders while working from home. I appreciate everybody who watches my craziness. It is probably the blind leading the blind sometimes. Like, there's every intention to be super organized and on task, and somewhere along the way it just goes drastically wrong. Yeah, I know, but in the beginning it was literally just his friends. Like, I shouldn't say just his friends. They were some of my friends too, but like real life friends. And so then, you know, because when you first start, if you don't know anybody, you're just, you know, like, am I talking to myself out loud? And it's fun at parent-teacher conferences because they're like, are you a stay-at-home mom? Yes. Do you have a job? Well, kind of. They're like, what do you mean, kind of? And I was like, well, I stream on Twitch. And they're like, oh, playing video games? Well, sometimes. They're like, well, what do you do? I do diamond dots and I build Legos. And they're like, and people watch you? A little bit. Dino Pete, thank you for the follow. Oh, hi, kitty. Welcome in, Dino Pete. We're obviously building Lego. So we're working on the Milkyway set. It's good. Caution, when moving the frame when it's not complete, it is a little wonky. It broke on me today while I was trying to get it down and move it onto my desk. So just take caution while moving it when it's not completely built, because the built part has a little bit more stability because of like the way the bricks click in on each end, and they're like have these little, of course now I don't have anything to say what it is, but like those short ones that have like the cross section, you push those in and they hold the like these parts to the frame, so it has a little bit more stability. But like this section that doesn't have the pieces popped in yet is a little more unstable. So if you're going to be build it, be cautious of that. Sorry, my cat is like crying at my feet. What, kitty? You want the lovin's right this second. I know. She just doesn't rub that spot on your ear right. But I do this, Dino P, and then we also do Diamond Dots and different video games on Sundays. Mostly puzzle or like easy quest driven. I am bad. I can't do first person shooter or like fight 'em games. I don't have the ability to press that many buttons coordinatedly. But yes, I definitely didn't think people would watch. And then people do watch. But yeah, so it's interesting at parent-teacher conferences. They're like, people do that? And I was like, well, I don't earn a living at it, but yes. I help people pass the day while they're working at home. I am trying to, okay, so I saw the Notre Dame set that just came out, and I really want it, but also I'm not sure about it. So I'm trying to figure out what size it is. Like, because I am not a huge fan of the architecture sets. I don't like the size they are. Like, you know what I mean? Because they're pretty expensive for this, like, little piece. They're not, like, huge, you know what I mean? Because they're micro, what I consider, like, micro or mini scale. Lots of little pieces to make up the set, which isn't bad, but I feel like it's more than I want to spend for the size it turns out to be. So I'm trying to figure out if the Notre Dame set is more like an architecture type scale, or if it's more like the Harry Potter castle grounds I did not long ago. Because I wouldn't mind that size. But I'm just trying to figure out. And like the pictures, I'm not good at judging scale by pictures. So for me, looking at the pictures online doesn't help me much. And I haven't seen like the box in store yet, so I have no like frame of reference. So I guess I need to look up somebody building it and try to gauge the scale. We are chill and sometimes a little chaotic. It depends on what we get doing or talking about. For the most part, I will say my stream is PG. And then there is occasion where like we start talking about a certain book and the book is not PG. So but I did hit 200 followers between last stream and this stream. And I don't know if I should do like a thing for 200 followers or wait and do something for like 250 followers, because that seems more like a quarter of 100. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So I'm unsure. And then I don't even know what I would do. Like, should I buy a certain set and wait, or you know, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing half, like 75% of the time. Sometimes I start the stream and it'll just say, I don't know what I'm doing. We'll see. What do you guys want to do? Speaking of books, yes, thank you, Rad and Dino Pete, for the excitement. I was excited. Okay. I finished a book last night and I started a different one this morning. So this author, her name's Freya Barker. She writes what I guess they have now coined as later in life romance. Like, the people in the book are not in high school, they're not even in college. They're usually in their 30s, 40s, 50s. I saw your eat sugar and hydrate, but you're just gonna have to wait till I'm done talking because nobody wants to see that. You just have to remind me because I will probably forget. So that's like all her books are like that, you know, and it's not bad. It's just what they've now termed later in life romance. And so the one I finished yesterday, I'm about halfway through the one I started this morning. But the one I read yesterday, and I have noticed that a fair amount of her books, I don't want to say they tie in together because that makes it seem like a little bit. A lot of hers are like first responder, prior military, active military, things like that. It's like FBI, police, fire. It's kind of like the characters she writes. She does have an MC, but they're not your typical MC. Yeah, well, and not even 20s. It's usually like 30s through 50s. Like, they are, I mean, one of them may be in their 20s if, like, it's a older, younger romance, you know, like where one party's older, one party's younger, but I don't think she's really written any of those either. It's usually both are mature adults, you know. And like I said, I don't want to say they're interconnecting because that means it makes it seem like you have to read all of them in a certain order. And maybe for each series you do, but these cross over between series. So, like, she'll mention a character from a different series in this series. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to read that other book. They're just mentioned. So, The one I read yesterday was called like Saving Autumn, I think. And in it, she's a doctor, but more like a research doctor than like a hands-on patient doctor, or at least that's what she's been doing. She specializes in burn victims, and she got asked to move, and all the books pretty much take place in Colorado. Quick time. Well, welcome back on your break. A wild peliper. It's a pelican. A peliper is loose in chat. Yeah, they all pretty much take place in Colorado. Welcome in, Laura. That's what Crazy just popped in saying he was on break too. Everybody's on their lunches or break time. So she was asked to come and help run this study at this new burn center at the hospital. And so she moves, and she doesn't, she's kind of a homebody person, so it takes her a while to make new friends, And she meets Keith Blackfoot. He's interim chief of police, which he doesn't want the job. The previous police chief was caught up in all kinds of nasty things and was arrested. And the mayor asked him to be the intern, but the mayor really just wants him to be the police chief. On the border. Fun. The mayor just wants him to be the police chief, just to accept the job, and he wants the mayor to find somebody else to take the job for real and fast. But the mayor is not interested in that at all, of course. He figures I can wait him out, and then he'll just, if I never find anybody, he'll have to be the interim chief for forever. And so but she meets him kind of, I'm trying to remember exactly how it happens. Like, kind of by accident. He is at a pub in the book, in the town, and the pub is actually in, like I said, a bunch of the different series, called The Irish. A lot of first responders go there, etc., etc. So she's there because she met one of the firefighters at the hospital, and he invited her to come check the pub out. So she does. And he meets her there, and they kind of have like a little bit of a miscommunication, rough start, first meeting. She asks him something. Oh, if the seat next to him is taken, and he's really like not interested in a relationship or anything, and he thinks that she's hitting on him or flirting with him, and so he says something, and she gets upset and stomps out, and then realizes that she didn't pay for her drinks, and when she goes back, he paid for them. And now she's really irritated and a little embarrassed that she let him get the best of her, enough to leave without paying her bill. And so he is, the interim chief of police. He knows her first name, and he knows where she works, so he figures out who she is. And he's like, I'm intrigued, And so they start dating. But things are a little are heating up in town wise, because there's a serial arsonist on the loose, a firebug. And you know, he's a little strapped, like, between all the duties of the interim chief, he doesn't really have time to do like a thorough investigation himself. He's relying on like his subordinates. And he's like, I want to get this guy, you know? And so he's spending more time with her. And then, so they have like one fire at like a mobile home park. And then the guy, like when they're interviewing the guy, he says that he's a recovering alcoholic. And they're like, well, we found you passed out drunk on the thing. He's like, I know, but I didn't go and buy the alcohol. And they're like, huh? He's like, when I got home, the alcohol was sitting there and I had had a bad day and I just couldn't fight it. Yeah, it was stupid of me to drink something that I didn't know who put there, but it is what it is. And then I woke up here and they're like, well, you almost died. And then they, you know, the arson investigator lets them know it was arson, that they found drugs in the alcohol bottle. Like somebody drugged him so that he would pass out and then get hurt in the fire. So they kind of start off thinking maybe it's just somebody with like a vendetta against him, you know. Drunks have been known to make enemies. And so they start down that avenue and they realize that's not right. Like, that's not what happened. Something else happened. And then there's another fire. This time...
We have always lurked among you.
Okay, crazy. Have a good day. It was a woman and her like 4 kids in another trailer. This time on like the opposite side of town. He waited until she put the baby down and the kids, so the baby on one side, the other kids on the other, and she fell asleep on the couch. Well, she woke up when she smelled the smoke, but now she's got to decide which kids to save. You know, but she manages to get the older kids out, and then she's trying to go back in for the baby, and the firefighters hold her back, and they go in for the baby, and they're able to save the baby, but it's kind of crazy, right? You know? So now they're like, okay, the arson investigator, you know, a few days later gets back with them. The same kind of compounds, like chemicals that were used at the first one, were used at this one. They're like, okay, so now we know it's a firebug. It's an arsonist. And so now we have to figure out who and like what's his motive behind it. Like, why is he doing it? Is it because he's got a hero complex? Is he just like to start fires and watch it burn? You know, what reason? And as he's trying to figure this out, he's also trying to start a relationship with her. And so they go out on a date, and almost at the end of it, he gets a call, there's been another fire. This time, like an elderly guy or something in another trailer. And he drops her off at the house, gives her a kiss, leaves, right? He's called at that fire that her shed is on fire. And, you know, he leaves somebody else in charge, rushes off to go check her out, you know, make sure she's okay. And turns out somebody tied a soaked rag to one of her cat's tails and locked it in the shed and lit it on fire. What she had gotten, there was like a letter on her doorstep when she opened it earlier, but she didn't think anything about it. She just threw it on the counter and went out to do her errands. So they open it, and it says something like along the lines of, you should have been grateful or something. So she is obviously the target, like, has caught this firebug's eye, and he's obviously, she's connected in some way. And so now they're like, oh crap. So now he's got more motivation to figure it out. But he's also worried because he cannot be there 24 hours a day. She works, he works, And so she lives in like half of a duplex, and he talks to the guy next door, and he asks, if I pay for it, can I put
We have
like a security
always
camera?
lurked among you.
Okay, Dino, have a good meeting. If I pay for it, can I put a camera and a light like here on the porch and on the back porch? And the old guy's like, yeah, I don't want anything to happen to her. She's a lovely lady. Plus it protects me too, something should happen. We have a whisk. And so he's like, I know she's going to be mad about it later, but that's a problem for a later day. I'd rather she be safe and mad at me than something happened to her. So he gets it put up during the day while she's at work the next day. And sure enough, when she comes home, she notices it because the light turns on, And she's like, what did you do? And he's like, listen, you can be angry at me, but you're going to be safe and angry at me. And she's like, well, it's hard to be angry at you when you're being sweet like that. Like, I understand why you did it, but let me pay you back, like, halvesies. And he's like, yeah, that's not happening. I think it goes there. And so, she's like, oh, I'm not going to win that argument, and I'm not going to argue for the sake of arguing, And like a day or so goes by, and he starts questioning like first responders, because like all these, as horrible as it is, it's not exactly uncommon for firefighters to also start fires, and so he's like going down a list of everybody who would be a suspect, and the one firefighter that she's friends with is on the list because he's been at, like, all the fires and things like that. And he showed up out of the blue to the fire at her house when he wasn't even on duty. So that doesn't exactly, it puts at least a person of interest amount, on him. And so she finds out and she gets upset because, that's my friend. How could you think he would do that to me? And he's like, people are crazy. That's how. I've seen a lot of stuff on my time in the force. People are crazy. Oh, I think this is supposed to be an alien. It's got a little face on the block, like face and freckles and a mouth. I think it's supposed to be an alien. And it wants you to, like, hide it. Like, turn it up to the inside. So it's, like, peeking out. And then, he's friends with a girl named Luna. And they have history. But not history in the way you think. Like, they were never in a relationship. He met her when they were both in college, and she was assaulted at a party they were at, and he found her afterwards in one of the in an empty bedroom, and he took her to get help and such. So they have history, but not in that way. And she's like a sister to him. So when she calls him back after he leaves a message for her, he picks up the phone and is like, hey, sweetie. And then he kind of brushes off her concern about him calling somebody else sweetie. And he's not a guy who's usually in a relationship, so he's, communication's not the best in that aspect. And he doesn't always realize, like, how he says things may be interpreted in a different way. And so that's part of the argument. And so he is leaving her have time to cool off before he goes and explains himself to her. Plus, he got called away, a lead or whatever. And so then her whole, like, the little camera thingy goes off on his phone, and at first he doesn't understand why, and he thinks it's just like an animal. And then in the bottom of the corner of the screen, he can see fire. Ads are going to start in about 30 seconds. Somebody has set her place on fire. So he has his buddy, who's with him, a fellow cop, call 911, gets on, rushes to her place. Okay, let's see. There are 20 of us, and only 9 of them, but I'm skeptical about that 9. Necromancer coming in handy. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Okay, Spidey got most kills, and Beer Bear got most assists, so I'll give you guys. I'll give you the next time. I gave it to them both because this was a boss battle, and they helped win it. But I will mark it down for next time. I'll remember it for next time, Laura. For any scrolls. Normally I just go whatever, but with it being a boss battle. Ooh, look at, I got $200. Well, 200 gold points. $200, whatever you want to call it. Upgrade all the people I can. Ooh, oh. I was prepped for only one upgrade. It had multiple. And Joe is down. He was sick again, but I've talked to him and made sure he knows to do it in the bowl. Anybody else have that plastic bowl that you always give or use yourself when, you feel sick? You always have that one bowl. Ours is a Halloween bowl. Do we want to go top or bottom? And I'm going to do my eat sugar and drink while we're... Let's try bottom. I think so too. Yeah, I always thought the Halloween bowl was very appropriate too. Welcome back from ads. Thank you for staying. I know they're annoying, but I try to only do one block an hour, so. So, you know, now he's like, okay, you're gonna come to my place. I know you didn't want to, but I need to make sure you're safe. So she kind of begrudgingly agrees, but also is kind of glad because she doesn't really want to go to a hotel by herself, you know. And by this point, I have my suspicions about who the arsonist is. There are very few books that I read where I can't guess the killer or the bad guy when it's supposed to be like a whodunit. Every once in a while, I get stumped, but for the most part, I usually guess correctly. This one was no different. But, so, two of her cats she had were in the bed with her, so she knew where they are, but the other two she doesn't know where they are. So now she's, you know, freaked out, you know, they could be hurt or whatever. And he's like, cats are pretty smart. You know, they probably ran for cover because the pet door was open, so they're probably all right. Right, like, because you just know the kind of where they're going. The way of telling people someone is being sick in my family is she is calling Uncle Huey on the great white phone. That is funny, and I wonder, I've never heard it before, so I wonder if it's a more British thing. I mean, it is funny, don't get me wrong. But yeah, so she moves in with him, and her neighbor, the elderly man, she was just really getting to know him. He died in the fire. Turns out he had asthma, and they think because they found an inhaler, but it was on the floor. They're pretty sure it was on the nightstand, and in his disorientation with the fire, he attempted to get it to help himself, and instead he knocked it off the nightstand. So he died in the fire. So now you can add murder to this guy's charges when they figure out who he is. So what little bit she did get to know him, knew that he had no children. His wife died some years ago. And so she says that she wants to give him a proper burial. So he's like, we will help you do that. We'll help you figure out, you know, who, if he had an estate lawyer, etc., etc. Don't worry about it. We'll help you take care of this. We've moved back into the blue phase. So, like, she spends a couple days in the hospital, really, because smoke inhalation and whatnot. So she doesn't know right away that this guy, you know, that her neighbor died. But when she finds out, she's, you know, upset about it. And it doesn't take long to find out that he did plan for his, you know, death. The lawyer, though, is only interested in getting the house put back together, you know, put back to rights, so that he can sell it because he's entitled to like 25% of the sale of the house. So he really needs to get anything she wants out of the house so he can get it back to, you know, that's all he's worried about. So they help her get what little bit is salvageable out and in a storage unit. Her friend comes to visit, you know, naturally. Something bad has happened, her friend comes to visit. And it turns out that her friend's significant other is already friends with Keith. This will be the last bag for today. The bags are smushed down. Kitty must have come to her emotional support box at some point. So that's kind of funny that, you know, their friends already know each other. And they didn't realize it. So, of course, they start looking more into her life, especially after the fire. You know, could it be her ex? Could it be someone who's got a vendetta against her? You know, a stalker that followed her from her previous job? You know, they look at all the possibilities now. And nothing from her past or anything, nothing comes up. So that doesn't help. And he's getting really frustrated now. He's like, all these freaking fires and nothing. And then they realize that the fires that happened at her place were on nights they went on a date. So the guy has been watching them. You know, she gets another note while she's in the hospital. Another note appears. So he goes a little crazy. Like, you know, the hospital is supposed to be safe and secure. There's people always there, yet somebody managed to slip by with nobody noticing. The only people anybody saw was her firefighter friend, so that, you know, they were pretty sure he wasn't involved, but now paints a target back on him. Or pulls him back into the possibilities list. So they're, you know, now his friend, she's an FBI agent, you know, her whole team is involved trying to look through the evidence again, you know, fresh set of eyes, things like that. Plus the FBI has more resources. And so they're trying to figure all that out. And he didn't realize that she was here kind of temporarily. You know, she didn't move here with the intention of never going back to where she was before. And so that adds like a little extra kink to what's going on, you know. He thinks that she doesn't, you know, because she didn't mention it up until this point, that she's not intending for this to be serious. That it's just, you know, a fling to her. A fun time while she's here till she moves back. So they get in a bit of a little argument about that. You know, have a little quarrel, tiff, whatever you want to call it. But, you know, they manage to get back on track fairly quickly. And so they're running so the guy he works with a lot, the cop he works with a lot, is named Tony Ramirez. And he has a friend who works in Denver, and he's looking for a change. And he's like, I think if we can do this correctly, introduce him to the mayor the right way and things like that, that he will become the new police chief, and then you can go back to doing what you want, which is just being a cop. And so they get his friend to come down, and they talk to him, and they're like, okay, so you brought all the stuff that, we would need to show the mayor, like your awards, packages, anything that makes you special. And he's like, yeah, I brought it just like you said. And so he calls the mayor, and he's like, hey, I have, I need to talk to you. Are you free tomorrow? Whatever. And so the mayor agrees, and they kind of blindside the mayor. But also, like I said, the mayor just isn't really looking for a replacement, because he hopes that by not looking for a replacement, that Keith will just, oh, well, we didn't find anybody. You have to be the police chief. Kind of a deal. And so he hasn't been really looking. So they go to the meeting, and the mayor, is not an expert at hiding his face apparently all the time. It's quick, but he does tell that he's annoyed that they brought this third party into the meeting. And then he's even more annoyed when they tell them why they called the meeting. And he's like, well, I don't know. I'll have to look into him. And he's like, there's nothing to look into. I've already spoke to most of the people on the board, and they think he's a great candidate. And he's like, well, I can't just call an emergency meeting on a Sunday. And he's like, yeah, you can. I've done it 4 times in the last couple months for things that aren't nearly as important as this. Besides, I've already called most of the people on the board, and they said they've got no problem. They can make it tomorrow. So they kind of back him into a corner, but also it is the only way to do it where it doesn't leave him room to wiggle out or come up with an excuse. So the next day, they go to the town meeting, whatever, board meeting, and the guy is offered the job. The mayor is not happy about it, but also knows that he can't really say anything about it. What is he going to tell them? That, no, I don't want him to be mayor because I want to force this other person who doesn't want to be chief of police to be the chief of police. You know what I mean? There's nothing he can do about it. So he's like, yes, in a month's time, I won't have to deal this job anymore. I'll be able to get back to what I like, just good old-fashioned police work. So it's been a little bit, and the lady can she can finally go back to work, from her house burning down. They gave her, with the smoke inhalation, and the hospital stay, they're like, do not come back to work right away, And so Luna, the FBI agent, is going to go with her to work, and she does. She's a little irritated, but she's gotten to know her better, and she doesn't see her, as competition or anything. Not that she did before, but they had a past. She realizes now that past is not what she thought it was. They really are just good friends. And so they barely get into the office. They've not been there very long at all. And the fire alarm goes off. And Luna's like, stay here. I'll be right back. Do not leave. I will be back to get you if you really need to evacuate. So when the door opens back up, they assume it's her. It's not. It's the guy who's been setting all the fires. He hits the secretary with the butt of his gun and then drags her out. It happens so fast that Luna can't even do anything about it. It just so happens, though, that Keith and Tony had been checking out a lead. It was the guy who was a patient of hers, his house. They're there, and they're like, at first when he gets the call that she's been taken, he like wants to just run off, and Tony's like, no, listen, think about it. If he took her, where's he gonna go? He's gonna come back here. So we're already here. So we're already like one step ahead. So just hide the car, like put the cars where they won't be seen and things like that. And we'll wait him out. And he tells Luna when she's on the phone with him that that's where they already are. And she's like, I'm on my way, kind of a deal. And so that's what they do. They hide all the cars and stuff behind bushes and trees so you can't really see them anymore. Or he won't be able to see them. And they wait. They found, so the patient lived with an elderly aunt who took him in as a teenager. But when they get there, they find a funeral pyre with a body on it. Obviously his aunt. They're like, obviously, whether she died from natural causes or she caught on to what he was doing and he killed her, we don't know yet. But we do know she's dead. And so, sure enough, she's like in the car and, on the way to his house. And she's trying to get him to talk. Like, why did you do this? Whatever. And he's like, you should have been happy with my gifts. He's like, I was setting the fire so you'd have patience and you wouldn't leave. So you would stay. And then I saw you with that cop. And she's like, so this was supposed to be for me? She's like, I could have still left and somebody else would have just taken the job. And he's like, no, I wouldn't have let you leave. And she's like, okay, so what, how could you think, you thought I would start dating you and then you just stop setting fires? Or would you always keep setting them anyway so that I'd always have a job? If that was your thought process to keep me here for a job, does that mean you never would have stopped? Even if we did start to date? And she's like, I don't date my patients. And she's like, what's stopping me? She made she was gonna thinking about jumping out of the moving vehicle or whatever. And he's like, don't even think about it. And he shows her a picture. It's her 2 cats that have been missing. They look like they're at the bottom of a well or something. And there's a garden hose slowly trickling water in there. And he's like, you jump out, nobody will save them. Nobody will ever know. And so, of course, he knows that she'll do anything for her cats. And so, that's how he keeps her in the vehicle. But when they pull almost into his property, they're just barely on the property, she's like, I can't just let him do whatever he wants. And so she makes she's gonna jump out the car anyway. And she's almost out, and he grabs her back by her hair and pulls her back in the car, and then pulls her out the driver's side. Come on. Clink together. So right about the time she's still trying to recover from being pulled out the car, she hears red down.
We have always
and she knows that
among
voice.
you.
Back to work. Okay, Laura, thank you for coming and hanging out, and thank you for the alert. Hopefully your day goes by quickly. Okay, now the fun part. The pushies. So she immediately gets, slams herself down onto the ground. and then bullets start flying. And then she's being turned over, and it's Keith. And she's like, "Is he dead?" And he's like, "Yeah, don't worry about it." Okay, I found another one that fell off right there. And so, of course, the end of the book. She, of course, has to go to the hospital, be checked out, things like that. They piece all the other, little tidbits of the case that they didn't know together. I suspected it was him earlier on because of, like, not only the way he acted, but, like, things he would say. Like, the first time he saw her at the hospital with Keith, she, I wish for machines to be so easy. Okay. Let's get... Every once in a while, when you go to click these together, they don't quite click so nicely. Go. And now we gotta pushy. Do all the pushes. Earlier, when this came apart, I'm still missing some of the frame. So it is somewhere on the floor. I will have to look for it later. Trying to see if I can see it, but it may have gone like underneath my chair or something. But yes, so, happily ever after. Oh no, it didn't. It's just sitting here on my desk. Imagine that. I mean, see, this part is pretty wiggly. This part over here where it's more clicked in, like the panels have been placed, is not as flimsy, let's say. It has more stability. But tomorrow, I will stream when my hubby normally streams because he's out of town for work. And we'll do the last panel since I missed, a stream earlier in the week because kids. But this is where we're at so far. Let's see. For context, I'm putting up my AC unit on my own. Oh! The window unit? How are you holding it outside and doing the inside part? That's not Gouda. Are you propping it up with a step ladder and then running back inside? Or did you have the thing where you mount it outside and then set it on that mounting? So I pointed out the alien, and now I'm not even sure where it is in here. Oh, okay. I thought you meant like the window unit kind. I was like, that would be interesting to do by yourself. Not impossible, but interesting. I'm great with instructions. I am OCD though, so I will read an instruction over and over and over. But I feel ya. It is not always fun, for sure. Please do it for me then. Send me the instructions, Catacane. I'll read them to you and make it make sense. That's usually what I do. I put, like, when we moved in, we ordered a new bed frame, ordered a new desk for my husband, etc., etc. He would come home and he'd be like, I saw it got delivered. Do I have to? I'm like, no, it's already together. I'm excellent with instructions. Yeah, I am excellent with suggestions. Or I mean with instructions. I am A+. That is why I'm so good at Lego. I can follow instructions. Like, I'm one of those people when you buy something, like I said, like a desk or whatever, I take all the pieces out of the box and I like, yes, I found this piece and check this piece off and check this piece off. And yes, I have this amount of screws and this amount of screws. And oh, this one has a different hole on it than the others. We'll set that aside over here. It's special. Like, building things with me is interesting. And probably another aspect of probably being on the spectrum somewhere. So I do not have to get off now. We can play an hour or so of Disney Dreamlight Valley or another game or whatever. I don't have to get off. You know, I've not even looked if I have a safari ball or whatever it is. Did we all just get them? He was a patient of hers. So, that's what I was explaining. One of the reasons I leave, like be done. One of the reasons, oh, I was like, just be done. That's fine too. One of the reasons I suspected him was the way he acted. So, like, one of the fires, there was people say they saw someone, and he canceled his appointment and had to reschedule it. And then, I have 65 safari balls. I don't even know. What do safari balls do? Has a 2x chance to catch a shiny safari event Pokemon. Identify them by a different spawn message. 55% for safari bonds. I can't cut straight. Okay, Catacane, what you do is you set something against it and draw use it as like a ruler and draw a straight line and then just cut on that line. Like, even a marker with like the edge of a box. In theory, I know I make that sound easy. I could still screw that up though. I know myself. I can't cut the straight line either. I have to like draw the straight line and then do it. Okay, let me try to move this without breaking it this time. I'm trying to set it somewhere. I guess back up top. But like I said, this is a little more stable. There we go. And yet, I find 2 red pieces. Those will go back on tomorrow. Let me turn the music off. And I know I have to turn the music up on the game. Nope. Doodle-doo! Streamados. There are 72 of us, and I don't know of them. 19. Yes. When he rescued her after they shot the guy, she was like, "My cats," and they followed like this water hose to the well and got them out. This is the only time I wish I had a boyfriend. No, you just need a builder friend. So Laura wanted any type of scroll. So Laura can have one of these. Spidey, because you got the most assists, is there any kind of thing you prefer? You just need a builder friend, a friend who is good at putting things together. Boys are overrated. Do you want the 15 or the 20 gold? I assume the 20. That would make sense. Fuck it, call him back up. Okay, bad. That's it. Backup's never a bad thing. Spidey, do you have a preference on a prize? Okay. I'll show you the rubies in a second. We'll give this to Spidey too. My brain's looking for S's. You'd think being in alphabetical order it would make it easier, but my brain doesn't like that. Like it still wants to look for other things, not like the actual. Okay, so when you go into the store, you can click the ruby things, and you can buy. I usually wind up buying like chests like this. In the chest, there's usually like scrolls, money, sometimes skins. Most of them are only $10. There's like 4 that are $10. 10 rubies. This one's more, but you're getting this specific blob. I don't save up for like the expensive stuff. I just buy the chests. See, I already have this one. I think chests are the best bet. Not an adult enough for this. I feel that. Sometimes I look around and I'm like, ah, crap, I am the adult in the room. This is horrible. How did this happen? Who let this happen? But yeah, so you get the rubies in the dungeons. They used to have one that was like skull and like bones too, but they seem to have gotten rid of those. But it was kind of the same thing. You would use them to get like chests. I personally think chests are best because you would save up to you got 250 rubies just to get this one specific type of lancer, but you might get the skin in a chest. Plus, you usually get money and scrolls. So I think the chests are the best. That being said, it is your money, rubies, whatever. You do with them as you please. But I do think the chests are the best bet. If that dungeon is still there, we'll do that on Sunday. It's hard to do it when I'm doing Lego because you have to stop, like all the time because it's a shorter round. It's like the whole round is only like 6 minutes or something like that. Apparently, I got a ton of these scrolls because that's all my money worked for. So this used to be Crazy's chair, and it has like a lumbar thing, except I'm short, so everywhere the lumbar support is supposed to help is not at the right spot. Like no matter how I move it, it doesn't seem right. Okay. What are my quests currently? That's in the other area. Other area. Other area. I don't have the right furniture for that one. I can't get across the bridge for that one. I usually do buy the battle pass on my own, like on my viewer account. And then I get like all the stuff in that bottom row. So I'll show you. So when you're at your home screen, whatever, I get, as a captain, I get both rows. The $10 battle pass is what gives you this bottom row on your viewer account. I usually spend the $10 and get it. I mean, I'm spending $10 on fictional things, but oh well. But I usually do it. I don't think I did it last month, and I haven't done it yet this month because I haven't been playing as much, like on my personal account as a viewer versus as a captain, just because we've been on the go a lot. But I have bought it several months in a row before that, and I thought it was worth it. It all depends on how often you play the game, like how much you're playing. I do, because you get a lot, like you get a fair amount of things. If you play it often, you get quite a few things across the bottom there. Okay, this is in the other area. I have to complete more quests with Scar to make him trust me. And with Mickey. I assume that means any quest as long as I have them with me as my buddy. I play mostly with just you and Tuka, but I'm getting bored of not killing things. There are quite a few people who's like that's their whole stream really is stream raiders. Like it's up on the screen the whole 30 minutes or however the whole length of time. They don't do other things in between. Okay, where is Scar so I can have him with me? And I'll leave it on while I'm doing other stuff. Like, if I'm checking my email and stuff, I'll just have it up, and then I just drop in a player every 5 minutes. Welcome in, Wormy. Thank you for coming to my stream. We are playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. We just got done working on some Lego. And now we're going to play this for a little bit. So I have to level up my friendship or whatever with Scar so that I can get another quest with him and then do this quest. I know that sounds weird, but like in order to get more quests with him, I basically have to up my friendship level. I'm enjoying this game. I've been playing it for like a week and a half, but it's kind of become a little bit of an obsession. I enjoy it. But I'm, like I said before, I'm quest driven. I like, do this task, get this reward. Are you gonna throw another? So, Scar, like when you become friends with a character, you have to pick something to help you with, like foraging, mining, etc. And Scar's is mining. That's why I'm mining. because, in theory, it should help our friendship elevate faster. Thank you for the follow, Wormy. These blue chests give you more of this dream coin or whatever it is. This blue coin. Here. So this just finished yesterday, so there's not currently things for it. But you can earn coin, you know, through the points you collect through that. But then you use these coins or these stardust, whatever you want to call them, to buy things in here, and this changes every week. It's where I got my Jack Skellington tools that I'm using. So, like, if you bought this, it would give you these 3 items. You can buy Lady Tremaine's manor house. You could buy this furniture. Or you could buy this big bundle. It's Belle's house, Belle's dress, a popcorn maker, a projector, or Ursula, or this Wally one. I'm tempted about this Wally one. And then, of course, you can buy more stars. What are they? They call them moonstones. That's what they're. I don't know. I just call them whatever, and I then forget that sometimes just because I call them that in my head does not mean you guys know what I'm talking about. Just because it's the name I gave them in my head. So there's that bridge there, but there's big stuff like big bones on the other side of it that I currently can't get rid of because my axe or whatever isn't strong enough, my pickaxe. But I did find a cheat. If we go up into this area, I'll mine in here too because, you know, I got to get my friendship up. But anyway, look, it's Jack's house. But I found this second pathway over here, and then you go down, and I'm on the other side of the bridge. This is the only area that I've been able to do that, where, like, circumvent the bridge or whatever that I can't get past. All the other areas I've not been able to do it in. Remind me. And then this stuff, Dreamlight, helps you do other things. Like, you earn it here, and it helps you open up the other areas on the map, which I've already opened all of them. But also, you can craft stuff with it. Like there's these books you can craft that basically once you have a level 10 friend, you can craft one of these books, like a foraging book or whatever the person is supposed to help you with, and then give them that book, and I guess they help you even more or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but I only have one friend at level 10, and I was saving the Dreamlight to buy, you know, like open up areas, so I have not crafted one of those. So I'm not entirely sure what it does. Hello, bud. You're a red bird. Oh, I didn't pick any of the plants. I thought I had some in my bag. But yeah, you're supposed to do a quest that eventually gives you your, whether it's your pickaxe or your shovel or whatever, allows you to get rid of these. And I did part of a quest which allows me to get rid of a little bit bigger stuff, but not that big. I know that doesn't really make sense, but like I can get rid of like just this little. Is it my shovel that does it? Yeah. So I can get rid of like some of them, but not huge ones. But I've got to up my friendship with Scar so I can do more quests to do the quest. The quest and the quest and the quest. Also, I saw an article was it yesterday, maybe the day before, that they have released some more stuff in the Harry Potter game. Jesus, my brain had a fart. So I guess there was this one quest line that was only available for like people who had the PlayStation, but now they've released it for everybody, and you get like a shop in Hogwarts, in like in the city. And now you can take pictures in the game. And there's like all different, you can like manipulate the pictures and all kinds of stuff. Thank you for the hydrate, Wormy. I have pineapple juice today. So there's ravens in this area. That's the animal in this area, the critter. However, the ravens, to feed them, they will only eat a 5-star meal. So I have not fed a raven yet because I'm not giving a 5-star meal to a critter. Right? Like, that's awful. Like, the sunbirds in the other section I was just in, they are the plants that grow, or the one type of flowers that grow in that area. That's what they drink the nectar from. And it just matters, like, certain color bird likes certain color flower. And then the squirrels like apples, and the raccoons like blueberries, which is kind of funny. And then what is it? The turtles like seaweed. That makes sense. The foxes like fish. Again, makes sense. And then what is it? The crocodiles like lobster. Well, thank you for stopping by, and thank you for enjoying my stream. Hopefully we'll see you again. You have a good rest. I need to earn my, I think, last and final house upgrade is like 75,000 gold. But every time I seem to get on a good roll, like, you know, saving up money, they're like, Minnie wants you to place her house. It's 8,000 gold. Daisy wants you to place her house. It's 5,000. And then there goes all my monies. I feel like it's a 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of situation. Things written today. No, I haven't. Okay. My favorite Disney princess is probably either Merida or Rapunzel, because neither of them take any crap. Rapunzel will beat you with a frying pan, and Merida will just shoot you with an arrow. I don't have a sword on me anyway. Let's try play Scrabble or whatever it's called. I will put him here because he will go all the way to the other side of the map. Let's see. Corners. Ugh. He's just not having any luck. Try this side. I think it's what I need. Skip. Go down. Well, it said 26. Woohoo! You called an adult your adult. a binnacle. Let's do pokey, catch, safari, ball. Sometimes that's what that's who's needed. It's an adultier adult. Let's see. Nope, let's skip. Do this and then this. He's gonna go all the way across. Oh, I lost. Oh well. It was worth a shot. It still gives me, like, points with him. And now he feels all superior to me because he won. Thank you. Okay. Silly thing. Ooh, you did? You got a whatever rock gem thing that's supposed to help you upgrade them. I'm hoping once I spend the 75,000, it will let me move everything into that house, and then I can move that house. But who knows? I have discovered you can just press T and then it moves everything that's in your bag that matches something that's in the chest. Just moves it for you, and you don't have to like play the do I have something or don't I have something. It just does it. Okay, prepare a 2-star meal or better. Okay, here's my stove. So. It's me to plant 5 vegetables, but I didn't get any vegetables out to plant. So back in we go. I think it considers leeks a veggie. If not, oh well. Like every day, one of the ways you can earn Stardust when it comes up is like it'll say change your outfit. So that I just wait to change my outfit until it tells me that I'll get points for it. Is a veggie. Fantastic. And sometimes the other one will be like, harvest 5 veggies. So then I just wait until it's time to harvest, you know? So, or wait till I get it to harvest. Okay, let's go to the restaurant and see who's in there. And what they want to eat. Potato leek soup, veggie pasta. I think I can make veggie pasta. I've made veggie pasta before. I can't remember what it is. Oh, I think it's carrots, tomato, wheat. And I don't have tomato. So I can't make veggie pasta. Spaceship Earth cupcakes. I don't know if I have that recipe. Oh, I do, right here. I need milk and butter. Oop, I just maxed out my friendship level with Mickey. Now I'll get this water fountain. Or the ability to make the water fountain. One of the two, I'm not sure. Ooh, and I leveled up.
Hi!
Now, even if I don't have, like, their favorite gift, I can still give them something. Is it going to be enough to get to level 6?
Hi! Huh.
Hmm. Oh, there it is. I'm a wee bit obsessed with it. Yes, we finished the panel, and then I just stayed on it.
Oh, hey. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've logged so many hours this
thanks.
week. It's a little ridiculous.
Hello.
I have a snowball, just not with me.
Woohoo!
Let's see if I can beat him at Scrabble Pool. I got Jack Skellington yesterday in my town. Stitch just went right through it, broke it. I guess we'll do those. Spoonie just disappeared. Or Forky, whatever his name is. You didn't like 4? Oh, Toy Story 4. I don't think I've seen it. By the time it came out, my kids were older, so it wasn't like, you know, this driving me to see it. Yeah, I don't think I've seen it. And if I did, it's just like pieces of it, not actually like the whole movie. It's just one with her, and then with him. Well. It took me a second. I was like, 4? Oh. Toy Story 4. Yeah, like how many... It's like anything. After you make so many, you're like, okay, I think you were done. Now move on to a different thing. Eat a crocodile. I mean, some of it, when they space them out, isn't that bad because it's, you know, new little kids. They don't necessarily know the old one or things like that. But I'm not going back to watch it. I was a little disappointed in Incredibles 2. We waited all that time, and I didn't think it was that great. I like the original Incredibles, but it was like 10 years till they came out with the second one, and it just wasn't all I had anticipated it to be. It wasn't bad, just not, you know, like the hype. Okay, not up here. Yeah, like, you know, like, they hyped it up a lot, but I didn't think it lived up to that hype. Also, I love the Sanderson sisters. I love Hocus Pocus. But Hocus Pocus 2 was just not it. Like, it did not do it for me. Like, it wasn't bad. It just, I wanted more, I guess. Yeah, like, you listen, you're gonna, like, beat it into the ground. Like, you don't need to keep making movies. Like, it can end. I watched Cars 1, But I'm not sure I really like watched any of the subsequent cars. Like I've probably seen bits and pieces, but not like the whole movie all the way through. I don't think they're bad. They may not be my cup of tea. Boy Wonder loves planes versus cars with Dusty Crop Hopper. And I liked that when they made the second one, they just didn't try to continue it. It had like a difference to it. He was gonna be a fire plane. He was gonna drop water instead of, you know what I mean? Like I liked that it was kind of different, a different spin on his job or what he's able to do. Yeah, I don't think if I have, like I said, it's just been pieces. I don't think I've seen it the whole way through. So I had this yesterday too, to feed a crocodile. But you know what? I could not feed a crocodile because I could not get one to come on this side of the bridge that I was on. Like I could see them running around on the other side where I couldn't get them. It's not like I'm trying to eat the crocodile, I'm just trying to feed it. Okay, well that's what I needed to feed a croc. Now I just gotta find a croc. They are so cute. It took me forever though to get one on like this side where I am. Because I don't have, you know, the ability to go on the other side yet. And I was like, I can see you. You're right there, mister. And see, right there. But I cannot do anything because I cannot get on this side. Like my watering can cannot kill this amount of mushrooms. So I just have to wait until one comes on this side. Frosted Hills, Perch, Croc. I don't even know where Perch is. Let's see, collections, fishies. The Grove, the Lagoon, Sunlit Plateau. So, I think in here. No, I'm in the Glade, not the Grove. But the little crocs are so cute. I think I fed the blue one. Yeah, I know. I've upgraded it a little bit so I can get rid of like small groupings of mushrooms, but not the bigger groupings. And it's just like working through, you know, to get the other parts. But I am currently trying to up my thing with Scar so I can complete the Forgotten Relics. You saw like... Yeah, where is it? Sometimes if you just stand there, they'll come up to you a little bit. Where do you see the gator? Because that's my pet squirrel. Yeah, it won't let me go there. There? Okay, I stopped. Oh, he just walked past me? Are you sure you don't mean my squirrel? Because he's walking kind of like he's a gator. That's my squirrel. Oh, it was a green one? Oh. Yeah, sometimes they run past me so quick. I'm like, I just saw you. Where'd you go? But they're like the raccoons. You have to, like, they say when they're looking down, but it's not really them looking down. It's like more like sitting down, and then you can walk towards them, and then you have to wait till you. If they stand up, you have to stop, or they run. Yeah, you have to play red light, green light with them. That's exactly right. Yeah, you see the orange one across the way? On the rock, he's like, "Hi, how you doing?" But I can't get over there yet, so I can't do anything about it. Cross the bridge and go left. Oh, you meant this way. It's like a very slow. That is left. Oh, towards the pond? Oh, I see him now. Little turd. Oh, I see him, kinda. God damn it. Up. Down. Okay, stop. Dang it. Like, why can't it be like the foxes, where you just chase them? And then they're like, yeah, we love you too. Thank God. Maybe he'll stay asleep. Maybe it's just gonna be a 24-hour bug. It'll work through his system and then be gone. Hopefully. Harvest 3 cherries. Those are there.
Hello, dear. Mm-hmm. Have we got a deal?
Yeah, we did it. Good team. What do you want? You can have a fish. I was getting overzealous. I keep Like, you can really only go very slow with them. Yeah, I would take him if he still can't keep even water down, for sure. I hate, like, when you gotta put it down so that there's no coin in the spot, and then go from there. So sometimes you're like, I don't know. I guess I'll do Lumia. Oh, crap, I forgot all about it. I heard it go off, and I was in the middle of something, and then I forgot about it. Thank you, Steel. You have a great day, too. I heard it, and then I was like, well, let me finish this, and then I forgot about it. Let me finish this game, and then we'll do it. Nope. I already have 3 out. Make you go here. You go here and there. And then you can go here. I think if there's one more turn each. Rude, those are my coins. That's alright. We're gonna get a new statue. I'm gonna get Ursula. Stream raiders. There's 85 of us and 28 of them. I will be back on tomorrow at my normal time, like 12 to 4-ish, 12 to 3 or 4, to make up for missing Tuesday. A wild woobat. So we can play some more tomorrow. While this is doing its stuff, I'm going to try to find somebody to raid into. Thank you for hanging out and participating. Let's see. I'm trying to use that new raid thing, but I'm not great at it. Let me see. Who's on? Thank you for being here, everyone. Let's see. Raid channel. People I'm following. Lemis is on, and she's doing Palia, and I know there's drops for Palia right now. Do raid. We'll switch to stream ending. Oh, I forgot a space. You know, that's helpful. There we go. Thank you, everyone, and thank you to Wormy and Dino Pete for the new follows. Thank you for the 2 raids from Carrot and Marvelous Tay. Oh, Jude followed today too. Jude Otter. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out and for playing Stream Raiders with me and enjoying the nice, kind of relaxed vibe we got going. Hopefully, I will see you guys tomorrow.